right, we have 4 days left to complete our ship or die challenge. And I feel like we are way behind because I've just been distracted by these other projects. And we are basically at the cusp of imminent death. So if you see here, the countdown or the countdown for delivering this project is running. And if I don't manage to get this over the border on time, what will happen is that I get kicked out of the community. I do not want that to happen because it costed me $250 to enter or something like that. It's a lot of money, and for that reason, we really need to focus. We need to get this over the line. So at this point, I'm starting to question, did I do the right thing building this whole thing in Rust? My intuition says, yes, that's the long-term right thing to do. Moving fast, maybe not, but we're going to show that we can do this with Rust. We're going to show that we can run fast with Rust as well. So let's fucking do this. Let me get my coding agent up. Where did we put that one? Let's see. Here we go. So how is that working out so far? It is working on fixing our transcription service. And today we are only going to focus on the ship or die challenge. We need to get stuff done. We need to get this over the line. But the thing is, I am so excited about the other projects that I'm doing that I'm kind of not as interested in this project as I used to be. Like, it feels like once you have solved all the technical challenges, the rest is just business, which is the part that I'm struggling the most to actually do. But what I really find interesting is all the technical details around building out these products. But if I want to do that for life, I need to work out exactly how to turn these ideas into profitable businesses or products. And so this is what we're doing here. We're building out products, we are launching them, and then we're going to figure out how to make $1 million out of it. Just such that we are covered for life. Alrighty. So that's done. Let's get this stuff up running. And start being able to test stuff. Cool. Let's copy this address. Oh, it's still building. We need to wait for it to finish building things. And let's just check out what the agent... Oh, the agent is still working on stuff. Interesting. I thought we were done, but it seems like it wants to test things as well. So there's a whole bunch of things here it has fixed. And probably one of the things we should do is making sure that we have all of the one of the things we need to do is definitely a slight redesign of the UI. It's way better than it used to be, but I feel like we're still not quite there, and so we're going to work on that. Let's see. Oh, it's not up running. Oh, it's still building. Oh crap, let's just quit this one and do a just build first, just to make sure that we've populated the cache. It's a lot easier to see how much is missing when you're doing just build first. So this is building using the Bazel subsystem, or actually Bazel build system. So everything we're doing here is based around Bazel and Rust and AI. And so for those who don't know, I am a huge Rust fan, I'm a huge Bazel fan, and I think AI has made these things so much easier to work with. Bazel used to be a pain, but now with AI you can actually maintain, debug, and run Bazel build system without any problems. So I really love that. I'm a huge fan. And the only thing I would wish for would be that Bazel was a little bit more Rust native. It isn't, but I think that's coming. So one thing I have considered was to switch to Bug 2, but Bug 2 has the problem that it doesn't support OCI images. And so the whole premise of what I'm doing here is I want to be able to cross-compile directly into an image such that you get those Docker images as part of the build process. I don't want to have a separate build system I need to maintain for doing the Docker images. I just want to say, go and build this image and magic happens. And I don't want the overhead of doing Docker in Docker in Docker in Docker. That seems like such a waste. And this is one of the things where I think Bazel is really shining when it comes to that. Now on top of that, I've gotten this to work with Tori, I've gotten it to work with building full stack apps, so I'm really, really happy with just how well it's working. So I am really, really excited to show you the next version of OneUp. I think it's going to blow your mind just how far we've gotten in just over 9 days since we started that project. And so, well, I think one of the reasons why we got that far is that I've been building one up on and off for about 6 years and have a lot of different versions of the same thing, but now I finally have a version where I feel this is worth shipping. And in the age of AI slop, I think getting to a point where you actually feel that something is worth shipping is a nice place to be. Right, so it's running the test stream here. Or the test, that's the reason. So it wasn't actually finished here. That came as a bit of a surprise. I thought it was finished. Okay. Anyway, it seems that we are ready to test this. Yesterday we uploaded this file. Let's read the transcript. Let's try to read it again. What does it mean by that? Ah, okay. And then I think this tab. Okay, let's just start writing down things. We want a way to close what's happening. So we probably want to bring up a text editor for that. close and open. Then I don't understand the text. Read it again. We're reading this file again. It appears as a new revision when it's done. Let's just see. And it says that it's done now. But there's still no transcript appearing. Okay. So that seems like transcription is utterly broken. That really makes me sad. Let's try to check out the workers here. Do they do something? Publish immutable revision of transcript. Okay, so this seems to be a UI issue only. I wonder if it's because we're having a cached version of the app. No, still no transcript. 2 revisions. Right, so read it again. Also, so read it again should be transcribe it again. Okay. Let's make that screenshot in the UI. Actually, let's do this so you guys can see what I'm doing. And then we're just dragging that file in. Okay, and I'm just out for a quick break while it does the
Transcending gravity. never ending, we burn so bright. Baby, the dawn is getting closer. Come here before it's over. We shine like supernovas, shine like supernovas. Shine like supernovas. I can feel the rise, hold on tight. I can feel the rise, hold on tight. I'm in love with the night.
This one is quite interesting. This is what I've been saying for some time. That there's simply too much text, and the text that you get is full of a whole bunch of things that you don't care about. So let's bring this one over here so I can see chat. But basically, the key takeaway from this one is, oh wait, that's a different one. Right, that's a different one. And that's a quite interesting one as well. But there was another one this morning on, let me see, I think I bookmarked it. Which is this one. Right, and this is basically what I've been saying about AI for quite some time. That it's, besides being way too much text, it is also a lot of times coming with a whole bunch of unnecessary complications that makes it very difficult to read what it's actually doing. And at the end of the day, what I really care about is seeing what has it produced, more than I care about all of these things. And also the other thing is the plausibility, that a lot of times it seems plausible, but isn't necessarily, in particular when you're going to deeper technical discussions. And I think we saw this for the other product we're building, where we're building out this platform where you can join and send messages to each other and walk around. Right, they have a lot of different jargon we had to go through, including the exact same NATS example, where I always thought that NATS was something related to routing, but it also seems to be a separate concept, which I haven't really bothered to look into because I don't really care. At this point, we're just going to stick with Redis. Okay, getting back here, let's check out what it's done, or if it's done anything at all. It's still working. Cool. So while it's doing that, let's bring up a... Should we go with... I think we should go with Codex. It's been a long time since we last used Codex for anything. So let's bring Codex up right here next to this. And ask it... do you have access to the compound coders MCP? Because I don't really recall whether we fixed this or not, so let's let's just check. I think while we are building out the fastcoach.io, I think we're going to spend a little bit of time on the one-up part as well. One of the things I really think we need to figure out is what is the positioning. Not in this session. Okay. Just going to take this off screen and then fix this. By following worst practices, we're just going to drop a bunch of keys into the chat and ask it to do it, and then archive the chat. But honestly, I couldn't be bothered at this point. We just need to get going. So once that's done, we are going to work on building out the landing page for OneUp. But I think one of the first things we're going to do is just brainstorm on the value proposition, really trying to understand what would be a great copy for this. We're going to use a combination of Gemini, Codex, and a few other things to get this right. And with that, we can hopefully start converting people into a waitlist for this product. I think that would make sense to do, definitely. So it seems that we're running some end-to-end tests here for the upload. This is one of the really cool things I've built out. I've built out a framework so we can do a full end-to-end test using a YAML framework, where we basically tell sorry, second here. Where we basically tell it step by step what should be done and how we're going to do this. And then it runs a headless version where it's just build it. So it starts by setting up the entire system, and then it's running a headless version. And because we've embedded a mail client into our headless system, we can do the full end-to-end testing where we log in, get the password, put the password back into the system. Okay, while we're doing this, I'm going to research another thing. So we have a whole bunch of things that we're doing at once here. But that's the beauty of having to wait this much for the different systems to do whatever they do. Let's see. So basically what I want to know is what the model on fowl.ai would be the best for generating live wallpapers. And so the thing here is that for wallpapers to be live, we need them to be such that they can run in a loop. Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Cool. We have a a winner here. Let me just check the sound, by the way. See if this. Yeah, I think that comes out. Okay, maybe the sound is, or the music is a bit high. Let's just turn it down a notch. Okay, cool. So I think we have a winner here. Cheapest for volume, but we could probably do a combination of the two. Maybe we would even do a flow, right? Where you generate a static wallpaper first. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. We should just test this out. And then come back to Claude, or rather Codex, no Claude, as soon as things are working. So let's log into file.ai and try this out. Let's check, what did Claude recommend? I think we need to generate an image first. So what models should we use to generate the first image? And then once we have that, we're going to just get Claude to make a prompt for us. And with that prompt, we're going to embed that into... Okay, so Seed Dance or Seed Dream. Let's just search for that one. Let's test out the flow here. So Seed Dream. Where did explore models go? There. Okay, let's ask it to make. Could you make a prompt for a retro Mega Man like game for not done yet. Let's do this. That's... I guess that's okay. Let's try that for now. I cannot figure out if this is 1 or 2 images. And also, so this is a... We want... I mean, there's something completely wrong with the proportions here, right? This is meant to be a square, but it's certainly not. So, what the fuck? Excuse my French. But this is certainly not square. If we just check this out, let's just have a look at the resolution here. More info. This is some complete random dimension. What the? That's not what we asked for. Okay. Let's just try this again and... Oh wait, auto. I think that means that it's not guaranteed. Square HD. What is it? It's 19 something. 48 and 1024. Let's see. Ah, 20. Right, okay, so these are the dimensions. It's not for that, it did capture some of the good stuff. Still coding. What is that funny white line it's making in the middle of everything? It did that the last time too. We're going to go back to Claude here and just ask it to do this without a... Okay, let's try this one out. Curious whether this is going to work better this time. That looks quite nice. That could definitely be a scene from a game. Let's download that one. And now we're going to pick another file model. We're going to do file.ai again. We're just keeping this one open in case we want to change things, but let's go to explore and then see what model did Claude suggest we should use for this. So that was van something something. See, okay, so we can add an end image here. We can add a okay. Let's do this. Download. My goodness, I have so much garbage on this computer. So probably we'll cut this part out of the live stream and turn it into a how to do this. Because I actually didn't know that on beforehand. And I think it's kind of a useful tutorial. Let's try to run this, see what happens. Oh, somebody's writing in the chat. Hey, great to see you here, guys. I'm shipping a product mission. We are building out fastcoach.io as a SaaS, and I'm still working on that one. So it's not coming together as fast as I wanted to. And for FS Driver 1, so I'm testing out a few things. So first of all, I am making an automation for building out live wallpapers while we are waiting for my SaaS prompt to finish. So right now we are building out fastcoach.io and I need to deliver this in 4 days. We just found a bug. We're asking Claude to actually fix this and it is not going as fast as we would want it to. But hopefully that will come around. Soon enough. Let's see how we did with our generation here. Okay, that's taking a bit of time. Let's go back. Still working on that. And so the live wallpapers is something we are going to use for the app OneUp that we are building out eventually. So for now, we're just testing this out and seeing if it's even feasible to generate nice live wallpapers using AI. So we're using Fell.ai just to test this out. but surely it's taking some time. Not the fastest model that I ever tried. What about you, Toby? What are you up to? How far are you on your mission? While we're waiting for this, it seems that Dan got back to us with he's going to launch how to convert bots to paying customers for dummies. Love that. Can't wait. Let's see, that one still seems to be still running or not. My goodness, this is the slowest model that I've ever tried. I've never experienced a video generation taking this long. I wonder if it's actually working. Meanwhile, Claude is still cloding or cultivating. So we are no closer to actually shipping our SaaS. And I wonder, so one of the things I actually want to figure out here is when you're on a live stream on so anyway I could I think one of the things I actually want to have is I want to have a thing such that I see people's comments on my main screen. Because when it's way over here, I am losing it. Oh, so somebody actually wrote, are you using Claude Code or are you using Codex? I'm using both, right? So we're having a Claude agent that's running over here, doing one thing, and then I've just restarted Codex, which is coming down here. And we're using Codex for a couple of different things. So we have this app that we are building out, which is not running right now, but basically it's a mini game where you can join. And so this is all written by Codex. A large part of the fastcoach.io was written by Codex, and now it's being written by Claude because I end up using all my subscription. And so, but we are putting this one on hold because we really need to focus on getting fastcoach.io over the finish line. I have 4 days left to get this done, so that's really my main priority here. So, see, yeah, 4 days and 40 minutes, a little bit over 4 days. In the meantime, we are testing out a few things that we will need for the OneUp app, and we will eventually get back to that one, but in at least today, we're going to spend full time just on this. And in the meantime, I'm just playing around with some video models to understand how they work, because right now it's just testing the user flows and bug fixing. Let's see, did we actually get to a point where this finished anything. It is still running. Like, what a garbage model. Why is this taking so long? Okay, let's try something else here, because I'm really unhappy with this. We're going to start another session of val.ai, and then we're just checking out what other models Codex suggested we should use for this. I think it had another model as well. So the cheapest model is this one. Let's try that one, because we want something that works fast and is good. Well, fast at least. Explore, find. Yeah. Let's see. So we should be able to choose more settings here, but we can't set a start frame and an end frame, can we? So this model doesn't really work for what we want to do. Okay, so that's kind of useless. This one just keeps on running. That was a bit of a fail. Let's see what other models it suggests we use. So we tried this one. Let's try this one. The older dedicated model. If anybody knows a good model for doing these things, please do let me know in the chat. I'm very happy to try them out. Let's see. There was another model I used recently that could do the same kind of thing. Oh wait, it finished. Oh, well, you look at that. That's actually pretty nice for a live background. So we've done pretty well. It was super slow, but I actually think that the overall result is pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. So we can go with that flow, and then basically all we need to do for this to work well is have the possibility of choosing other model. Dude, how do you have patience to learn how to use these video models? It's like it needs a whole ass CS degree to do this bullshit. Man, like everyone is getting rich and they are so young, and I'm here. Yeah, that's true that it takes a long time just to wrap your head around everything that you can do with AI, and I'm basically working on a system that will make this a lot easier. And this is one of the reasons why we are researching these flows, right? Because I basically want an app where I can just tell the chat, I want to have a live wallpaper. I want it to be inspired by Mega Man. Now please go ahead and do that. And then it has review gates and just show me the picture. I don't want to do all the stuff with working out what does the prompt look like and all of this. So we need automated flows that makes this super easy and super nice to work with. And this is just a test for me to work out exactly what does a flow look like if you want to do live wallpapers. Right, and the thing is also, I am over here, as I showed you, wait, where did it go? Here. We are still waiting for Claude to finish the work so we can review the next version of what it's built. And it's just being super slow because it tests things, and so it's running these automated tests to make sure that it's actually covering the things that it should be covering. And because of that, we are not really getting anywhere with that. So we need to leave that alone until it's done. And for that reason, I'm testing out these flows, which we want to embed into this OneUp app I showed yesterday. And I'm super excited to show you the next version of it. Maybe let me just do something here. Okay, so basically I'm just asking my laptop here to finish some work that I've been doing, and once that's finished, it will make our MR into develop, and then I can pull things down on my stationary machine. Once I have that, I can give you a small demo of where we're at with OneUp. It's not going to be the main focus today though, but I do want to share the progress on it because I think it's getting really, really cool. And then I can also share how this actually fits into that. All right, what is Claude doing? Is it doing anything at all? Pass on a genuinely fresh database, including the new fixture warning. Let me commit the full gate. And then it's just randomly deleting some garbage in target and doing some tests. And I wonder if we're ready to test this. Probably not. All right, oh, wait, I think we are getting somewhere now. What does it write? Your instinct was right. That something is still wrong. But the conclusion inverts. And there was a lot more to it. Yeah, that's what I feared. So these models are always coming with reasons why things are working. And then it turns out that when you dig deeper, it doesn't work. So what do you need help with? Let's check this out. See. The worker did not transcribe. It published immutable looking. Like, what the fuck? Why does it do things like this? I feel like I need increasingly to have a auto center on this, on these streams, because this is exactly the kind of stuff that makes me want to not use AI. You think you're done, and then it turns out that there is a missing gap, a huge missing gap in all of this. It is really suboptimal. Let's see. So what do you need help with? I saw your message. FS driver or FSD driver. All right, let's try this out. Just going to hit just build. You want to become rich with AI. Yeah, who doesn't? I think if you want to become rich with AI, you probably should ask somebody who has already become rich with AI. I'm not one of them. I've spent a lot of money on AI and I've learned a lot. So what I can tell you is if you get great at using AI, what it does do is it helps you secure better jobs. But other than that, I'm not at the point yet where I'm rich, but this is what these live streams are about. I want to get to the point where I've earned $1 million just doing AI and fun stuff. So hopefully, as we go through this, you'll be able to see what I do, and if I succeed, you'll know what steps I took to get there. If I don't succeed, you'll know what you need to do to fail. And, or rather, what do you need to do to avoid, or which steps do you need to avoid? But I think we're getting there. I think we'll get there. Absolutely. Yeah, I see. Well, I mean, if nobody knows AI, then you're ahead of the curve, and you basically just need to observe what people are doing in countries that are ahead of you. Mostly here for the community. Let's see. All right, let's check out what's going on here. It's all built. Oh my goodness, is this thing still running tests in the background, or what's going on? One shell still running. Let's just kill that one. I feel like that's a bit in our way now. How do I kill this one? X. Great. How can there still be one shell running when I just killed it? Oh, okay. It just didn't update the messages. Let's check out here. So it's starting up now. Actually never thought I would say this, but the marketing challenge in Ship or Die was so much easier than the shipping contest. Maybe it's because I've just been spending so much time doing videos lately that making videos and publishing it on TikTok is really straightforward for me now. Oh, did I now not copy the right thing? Let's see. Let's see. I work for a telephone call company, and all we do is the bad things. No one does the good things. I think you'll have to elaborate on that. What do you mean that you're doing the bad things? Scamming people, or just some other kind of bad things? Okay, let's see. We're getting somewhere here, because now we at least get this message saying this text did not come from your file. The stack has no... So let's rerun it again. This message is really not clear, but let's see. Okay, there is a transcript now. Okay. I think this is utterly useless. I can't even see the bloody transcript is running anywhere. So there should be some work of progress here, but there is not. Let's try. To get back here and check out what do the logs say. Successfully queued transcription attempt, runtime, automation delivery worker. Okay, not sure this actually works. Let's just check this out. Let me... Let's maybe just try to... Go back to the file. Remove it. What is this? The file and its transcript, it cannot be undone. Read the transcript. So, current transcript 1 minute ago. So that should be there. Let's check this out. My company manages all thieves. They are not good people, but everyone celebrate them. The CEO always gives them attention, and the women also talk to them, but the good guy always lose. Oh, that sounds kind of hard for you. So what's your plan to get out of that? Maybe you hope to use AI to figure out a different way to earn some money? All right, let me... oh, wait. There's more here. Should the local... yes, of course. I mean, what... yes, it should get... rough edge, but I found... like, honestly... fix it. This is LLM, the LLM babysitting class. This is how you sit and babysit your LLM to do the things that ought to be obvious. Like, obviously, if there is a bug, fix it. If you want to test a system, it needs to work the way that the system is supposed to be working. I don't understand why I even need to tell it these things. Okay, in the meantime, let me show you where we are at here. So let's check out GitLab and have a look at the projects. So inside of the project, we have the merge requests, and here we have agent, workspaces, agent role, canvas background, and chat markdown voice bar chin. So this one, once we have that one merged, we can do a small demo of where OneUp is at. This is not going to be the main focus today. We do need to get fast coach over the finish line very, very soon, because I don't really have a lot of time left to do this thing. But I think the other project is so much more fun, and I'm really looking forward to work on it. Cool. Okay, so we now have a recipe for building these backgrounds, and one of the reasons why I want these backgrounds is because OneUp now supports these live animated backgrounds, and we are very, very close to getting to the point where we can go and release the first version of it. And let's see. Right now, I'm having this on my laptop right here. I'm doing a merge into develop so that I can show you guys what I'm doing and what I'm working on and what I've been busy with the past few days. And I'm really looking forward to showing this because I think it's getting really cool. Let's see. Oh, nice. It's implemented a new method to pick things out from host. So this particular thing where it pulls things out from host, that's a new thing. I have never had that before. But basically we have these definition files that help you manage your secrets and making sure that when you start up a new project, that secrets are all managed in a way that's easy for you to work with and secure enough that you don't accidentally leak things. Yeah, we don't have any .env files inside of our. Well, actually, we do have .env files. We shouldn't have. I think we used to have that. It should have been removed, but I'm actually not sure now that I think about it. I might be wrong. Let's see. I heard something that was finished. That was on my laptop. Let's check out where the pipeline is at. That one is running right now. And so we'll get this in soon enough. Oh, you can't see that. There, it's running the build pipeline. Okay, let's check out where Lord is at. So right there. Cool. One of the things I did want to do while we were doing all of this, so we have a lot of wait time while this fixes the errors that we find. And so I wanted to bring up Codex. Where did Codex go? Yeah. And really what I want to do is actually let's just pull the latest main before we do this, or the latest develop. Oh no, we can't do that yet because it's not in yet. Okay, that doesn't matter. So I would like you to study the latest one-up code and then figure out exactly what the key value proposition is. Really understand what that app can help you with and what it's trying to solve. One of the things we need to figure out is how we position this product. So understanding its unique features and then researching where that fits into the market would be great. And so the thing is, I have a pretty good idea what kind of problem it solves for me, but I don't know exactly how. Let's just cancel that and then do, we need to spell this right. Really, you don't believe me. You know me pretty well now. I need your advice. You talked me through the darkness. Well, look, I'd love to give you advice, but I need to understand how I can give you advice. So the only thing I can do right now is show you what I'm doing. I've not made a ton of money yet on being a solopreneur. I hopefully will one day, but until then, I'm just here building things and yeah, hoping to make a good living myself one day out of it. So how can I help you? Okay, so while it's doing this, we are asking it to just figure out the unique features of what we're doing and then trying to work out where we fit into the marketplace or to the market. And the key thing here is to try to work out exactly. So I know what I feel is the value proposition, but articulating that and actually getting it formulated in a way where we can use it for a landing page that will drive conversions is something that I think is super difficult. And now we're going to get this brief, and then after that we're going to take that and pass that into Gemini and ask Gemini to do some deep research on how can we position this in a way that would make it really easy for us to do conversions and get people to sign up and test out what we're doing here. So how did you become rich with this house and car and money and good Silicon Valley job? You have to be rich. You are like someone from a movie. You have to share with people less fortunate than you. Okay, so let me clarify something. I am not rich. I owe a ton of money away. So everything I have here is money that I borrowed from the bank to actually build out this whole thing. I don't have a job, and I owe my lawyer a whole shit ton of money. So I am far from rich. And if that's your expectation, then I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not that guy. What I am, though, is the one who's trying to get rich from coding and from using AI. Getting back here, it is now studying our repository. And figuring out exactly what this is about. Meanwhile, Claude on our laptop is busy getting the PR over the line. And let's see how Claude is doing on our work here. Still busy. And still not there. Where did Claude go? Here. I also hate the lawyer system. It is rigged against the everyday man. The lawyer thinks they are above the law, but they are not. They are some word that I can't pronounce from the deep crevices of the groin. I feel your pain. Yeah, well, I feel kind of double about that. I use lawyers for everything these days, mostly because not having lawyers are really expensive. I actually were in a huge lawsuit a few years ago and ended up spending a lot of money I didn't have on that lawsuit. Eventually, the people who the lawsuit were against shut down the company, moved the assets to a new company, and I saw fuck all of what they owe. So, and I think I wouldn't have been able to get through that without the lawyers. So I'm very grateful that I had the possibility of getting my very skilled lawyers to do the work there. That being said, it is super expensive and I'm still paying off that debt. So my laptop is requiring my attention. The okay. Well, I think you know very little about my lifestyle. It's actually pretty, what do you call it, frugal. I don't spend a lot of money on things. Besides building out the studio, which I've been working on for a very long time, the majority of my life is not spending a lot of money, and to the point where my kids are actually embarrassed about the clothing that I'm wearing. So, but that being said, I think one of the things that I do have that most people don't have is I'm incredibly grateful for everything that I do have in my life. And that in itself will make me probably more rich than most people, because I'm not unhappy about the place that I'm in, even though that there's always some hardship. But here's the thing, right? In order to really get to where you want to go, you need to go through growing pain. If you're in pain right now, then that's a sign that you are probably growing, at least if you're working actively to get out of that pain. And that's how I feel every time I am in a lot of pain. Then these things help me grow as a person, and I'm very, very thankful for those opportunities I have there. And just to give you a very concrete example, right? The last position I had ended in April, and since then I've been living off money that I loaned from the bank. Most people would advise against this, but I'm really happy that I have the possibility to do this, and I wouldn't have wanted any other way. I believe that the universe wants me to do the things that I'm doing right now, and I'm really grateful for having the opportunity to do these things. So spending full time on just working out how can I make a living from building apps and shipping them. That's basically what my life is about right now. And I will either make it or I will fall back to finding a job somewhere and then trying again at a later point. But I've wanted to do this for the past 10 years, and first now I'm working up the courage to actually do it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And likewise, I hope you figure out how you will get out of the situation you're in. Cool, let's see. Okay, so we have the CI is failed right here. The agent on my laptop here is working on fixing that, so hopefully we'll get that in soon enough. And then once we have that in, we can take a demo of the OneUp app just to show you where we are at with that. And then in the meantime, our main focus today, tomorrow, and the coming days is shipping this app called fastcoach.io. So the initial version of FastCoach, let me just show you this here. So a few months ago, I did this first version of fastcoach.io. And so basically what this is it's a small app that you can download and install. Then once you have it, you put in your API key, you paste your channel link, and with that channel link, you can scrape a YouTube channel, and then from that content, it creates an AI that is based on the knowledge of that YouTube channel. Now, this is an incredibly powerful thing to do because it basically gives you access to the knowledge of people within a certain domain, and so you basically get this personalized advisor. Now, the problem with the first version of it is that I advertise that one towards people who are using the system more than the creators. Now, the ones with the real problem is the creators, because creators want you to find their content. Like, none of us are doing this just because we think that it's fun to just speak to a camera, but we want to help people. We want to make it easy for you to find the things that we have learned. And I think by now I have probably, I don't know, maybe I have at least more than 200 videos. A lot of them are short, but when you take the whole thing combined, there must be at least 50 hours, probably 100 of hours worth of content. Now, if you were to find one single advice in that whole pile of mess, it will be very difficult for you. And so what this app does is it indexes everything and allows you to search that specific person's content. We're taking the app, we are turning that into a SaaS where creators can go and train their own avatar and then have that in their Discord channel and other places. But the thing that we still need to do is we need to build out the whole infrastructure around this, and we only have 4 days left to do this. So for those of you who don't know, I'm part of this community called Ship or Die. Let's see, where did that even go? I had that one a bit of time ago. Oh, anyway, let's just do Ship or Die, and then click the dashboard, right? And so inside here, you'll see that I have 3 days and 23 hours left to actually deliver the SaaS version of this. So Ship or Die is a community where you put down money, and if you don't deliver on time, you're getting kicked out of the community. So really, you just lose your money, and this is really the key thing it's providing. So besides having a really nice layout and being a really beautifully designed product, I think the main thing that you're getting out of this is accountability, and I absolutely love that. Okay, we are done over here. We're ready to build this. Let's just make sure that everything is exiting nicely. And rebuild everything such that we can test it out. Oh, it's still running something in the background over here. So let's do tasks XXX. See, okay, now it's starting building. While it's doing that, I'm just popping out for a very quick nature break. Okay, nearly there. A few more targets to build and we're ready to test this out. And then with that, OpenAPI is ready to take more of my money. Let's see. In the meantime, how are we doing on Git? Over here. Where did that go? Ah, there it is. So that one is rebuilding. The agent on my laptop has fixed that. And we should be able to do that in just a bit. This one is still building. Let's check where Codex is at. We gave that the task of researching things. And a typical AI phrasing is what things are not. It's an observable workbench for running a team of AI agents. That sounds about right. But I want this to be formulated in terms of outcome. So the underlying promise is simpler. Get more parallel work without or control. Okay, that's all good. We're going to copy that and we're going to do Gemini. Where did my browser go here? And we're going to get that to do deep research. At least if I could. Why can't I? What the? There we go. Could you deep research what the most wanted outcome for OneUp is? We want a single line describing the transformation that people want and which OneUp provides. Right, so we now have a document describing what it is that OneUp actually provides, but what we want is we want to turn that into a outcome-based statement, right? A lot of times, so if you think about it, you never ever buy features, you buy outcomes. And so we don't want to say that you can do massively parallel agents, because everybody's doing that, and besides that, how does that differ from having 10 terminals open and just running 10 agents? It doesn't. But so the key focus should be on what is the outcome, what is the transformation this provides you, what feeling will you have after this? We need to answer this. What outcome does it provide? What feeling will the user have compared to before? What are the main pain points potential users experience? Right. And so the deep research feature on Gemini is super powerful. So what it actually does is last time I used it, it went through more than 250 different web pages on the internet to work out exactly how can it provide how can it answer my questions. And so see, it now says, okay, I'm going to research websites, I'm going to analyze the results, and then I'm going to create a report. And this will be ready in a few minutes. So while we wait for that, we're getting back here and checking out if things has compiled. And they have compiled, so we're ready to spin this up again and check if things are working the way that we want them to. All right, ready to go. Let's see. Oh, bloody hell, W. Okay, let's check out if the material tab has been fixed. Wrong button. Read the transcript. Let's run this again. See if it's fixed any of the things. The thing that I'm fearing the most at this point is that if we don't get this to work soon... Oh, but it's working now. Well, let's fucking go. For a second there, I was afraid that we would actually have to do real work, like read the code or something like that. But here we go. It has now... it has now done the transcription. This is a real step forward. So let's try to add some more material here. Just check out that that piece actually works as it should. We have some more shorts here. Let's just... Can I multi-select? No, I can only select one at a time. I don't think it's a strict requirement that we need to make this That's exactly the same one as I chose last time. Let's maybe do this one, loop engineering. That one we haven't done. Just uploading that one now, and we see it's reading it. And we have this nice progress bar. I wonder if that's updating real time or not. But this is pretty good for something that mostly just had to be given a few prompts to correct. Right, so keep in mind here that I haven't really done much except for letting a loop run for forever until we got to the point where these things are running. And I don't think this one is progressing by itself. Let's see what happens if we refresh. No. So there is, let's add that to our very advanced ticketing system here. Progress bar not updating live. And maybe that's something we want to ship, maybe it's not. I don't think it's necessarily something we want to ship, that thing. Let's see. And I mean, at least it has come up with a progress bar. I think that in itself is pretty okay. Then the key thing we need to test afterwards is, once we have uploaded these files, can we train a coach with it? Can we train an AI that uses these files to answer as if it was the person? We know that we can do this with, we've done this with the app version of Fast Coach, but can we get it to work in the SaaS version as well? This seems pretty stuck. What's going on? Oh, media job fail. Oh. Well, retry. Okay, so it does have a retry mechanism. Right. I suspect we are probably not doing the chunking we need to do. Okay, but this is a small file. That shouldn't be a... Yeah, I think that might be the problem. If I recall correctly, the transcribe API from OpenAI has a limit of some 25 megabytes per file. If I recall correctly, we uploaded 50 megabytes, so yeah, 44. But then again, it worked with the first file, so why doesn't it work with the second file? Actually, we don't even know if it's an edge case. Cool. See, let's just ask it, are we chunking the file before transcribing to respect the API limits? I suspect we're not, but we might. Also, how come we are not communicating errors to the UI? Let's go back and see if it actually finished. No, it's definitely stuck there. And yeah, the error is there. And it has happened now a few times. So there's no reason to actually believe that it's going to resolve this. Okay. We're going to give this another instruction as well while it's doing this. We are not doing this already. Make sure that Rush always saves all logs into files in the target folder. So what we really want is we want to make sure that the log files gets available so that the AI can debug these things more or less autonomously. And I'm not sure that they are this at the moment. I know that they are when we're building apps, but I'm not sure whether they are for SaaS. Because previously I've mostly been building apps with the system. Okay, let's get back and see where our merge request is at. And it's merged, yay! Okay, let's go back here. And check. Put me over there. So we've gotten Google to do a analysis of the transformation, the outcomes, and the market mechanics of OneUp. OneUp transforms software development from anxious fragmented supervision of a black box AI chat windows into a calm deterministic orchestration of an observable. Oh my goodness, this is such a long and incomprehensible sentence that the single line, yeah, it's a single line, all right, but it's completely ununderstandable. If anybody of you watching understands what this actually means, please let me know in the chat, because I certainly, if I would read this, I would have no bloody clue what this actually means. Objective. Okay. Operational visibility, context. Okay, this is all great, but it's incomprehensible for anybody. Engineers execute hit. And actually, I'm not even sure we want to target this at engineers. It seems like there are so many other people in the world who could benefit from this. An absolute inspectability. Yeah, I would question whether it actually provides that. Vendor agnostic interoperability. Yeah, that's a real thing though. That's great. Okay, let's do this. Let's get it to reformulate this into something that my mom could understand. Because while I understand the actual words it's using, I do not really understand what it means. It's not where the thing is, I'm not reading this and thinking, yes, I need this, right? And this is exactly the feeling that we want to invoke in people. We want them to be like, oh yes, I understand what I'll get out of purchasing this. 2, yes, I need this because I recognize the pain that this is solving. Let's see. How do I do this? Let's see. Can I guided learning canvas? Actually, I just want you to give text, none of all of these fancy features. Let's try this. Let's just say an average 16-year-old person. So, explain the transformation to me in one sentence. How, along with all the other aspects. So the point of giving it this particular prompt of saying, explain this to me as if I was 16 years old, is because 16 is a rather magical age. You're kind of an adult, you understand a lot of things, but you certainly do not understand technical jargon and all of this nonsense, and long convoluted sentences, if you're an average person, is definitely not going to be your cup of tea at age 16. Right, while this is done, being finished, let's pull up the next bit here. So we should have a terminal somewhere. Well, actually, let's check out how far along are we here. We are still working on things. Going to start a new terminal. Actually, I would like this to be a separate window. Cool. And then I'll just give you a quick update on where we are with this app compared to where we were yesterday. So I think we've solved a lot of the edge cases and the issues around OneUp. And with that, we should be ready to soon start developing plugins. So the strategy is going to be that we're going to launch a alpha version of this app, heavily discounted. And since OneUp is basically meant to integrate with every other project out there, we're going to do one integration per day of projects that we think are interesting that potentially could help us in what we're doing. And so for me, that means, well, we want things like being able to generate videos. We want the ability to submit to launch directories and all of these things. And I think that's the key bit that we need to solve here. While this is coming up, let's get back and see if Gemini probably needs some approval. Oh no, it doesn't. It's come back to me with some text. Let's try to read. Stressful blind babysitting of messy AI chatbots into running a team of smart AI helpers from one clear command deck where you can see, trust, and control everything, every move they make. This is so much more understandable. Why didn't it just say that in the first place? Like, I actually understand this. That makes me kind of happy. Tap an app overload. Yes, definitely a thing. Flying blind. You give an AI a task, but it works inside a black box. You don't see what commands it ran, what websites it visited, or what you broke until it's finished and it turns into messy work. This one is actually not true to what OneUp does. It doesn't do this yet. We might have something like that in the future, but it doesn't do that yet. Fragile tasks. If your computer restarts or browser tab crashes, the AI loses its memory mid-task and you can start all over again. This is actually neither true, because Something like Claude has resume session, which allows you to resume the session. File collisions. If you're trying to try running two AIs at the same time on the same project, they will override each other's code and break your work. Maybe true, maybe not true. What a OneUp actually does. OneUp gives you a single shared desktop screen, like a multiplayer command center for all your AI helpers. Run different AIs at once. You have one AI open, blah blah blah. Live inspection. You can see everything real time. You can watch the AI open the browser, clicking links, open PDFs, and run commands. Complete with the receipt logs showing the exact code that is ran and how long it took. Kind of true. It's not entirely there yet, but I do think that it's a great place to have a vision. Doable work. You send an AI off to do a long job. If it needs a password or gets stuck, it cleanly pauses, waits for you, and resumes where it left off if your laptop restarts. Okay, this is actually getting a lot more readable than it was. Step in whenever. If AI is getting confused, you don't have to cancel it. You can just click into the workspace, fix the mistake yourself, and hand control back to the AI. Yeah, I don't know whether this is actually even a thing. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. You feel stressed, babysitter. You're constantly jumping between. I think the main thing here that I'm experiencing when I'm using a lot of AIs at once is context loss. Right? I lose my context of what were we actually doing. And when we jump back into something, I think recovering that context and making sure that you as the user is having a short brief of what's going on, what do you need to do, is really the key thing. I haven't really looked at Warp. Maybe I should look at that because that does seem to be a interesting competitor. Let's just have a look at that. Oh yeah, from the terminal to the cloud with any agent. Warp is an open agentic development framework. Yes, okay, but this is focused on software development again. And this is the key, right? So we're taking inspiration from a lot of these tools, including this one, the one that Max Blade has done, and a whole bunch of other tools. Also in how OSS has traditionally been built. And then we have taken inspiration from how we introduced code mode back in January and February and built out this whole desktop. But the key thing that we're focusing on is actually not developers. Yes, you can do development with OneUp. That's an absolute must. But the key focus is going to be on the business side of things. Because running all of this AI development is great, but really I have so many other tasks that I want to hand off to these agents, and I want it to be focused on outcomes first, outcomes and metrics. And for that reason, we've built out a thing that's actually, what do you call it? That can be extended with new units. So you can think of that kind of like a Chrome, but for AI, where you basically build out AI apps. Let me bring that up right here. Let's just myself down in the corner here. So this is the overly complex UI you are faced with when you open OneUp. It has the possibility of dialing in, and we're going to do that in just a second. But for that, I need my headphones so I can hear what the agent is actually saying when we speak to it. And one of the things we're going to see is whether we have actually fixed some of the barriers to talk to the AI. So this one is still running, so we have plenty of time to do this small demo. Let's get back here. Just going to pause some music while we do this. Hey there, what working directory are we in?
Let me check the active workspace folder. We're in the OneUp workspace at /users/tfr/documents/projects/OneUp.
Great. Could you bring up a front-end engineer and a back-end engineer using Claude, please?
I'll bring up 2 Claude agents with front-end and back-end roles. The 2 Claude agents are open, one assigned as front-end engineer and one as back-end engineer.
Could you please arrange the windows for me?
I'll arrange the Claude windows side by side now. The 2 Claude windows are arranged side by side with the front-end engineer on the left and the back-end engineer on the right.
Okay, and so what we see here is it starts up, oh, bloody hell, now I'm speaking to the agent. Could you just ask, which one of them is the front-end engineer? Is it Amber or is it Birch?
Let me check the Claude agent names and roles. Amber is the front-end engineer, and Birch is the back-end engineer. Their role fields are currently showing as blank, but their windows match the assignment. Amber is window P3 on the left, Birch is window P4 on the right.
Okay, let's do something else now. Could you bring up a browser, please?
I'll open a browser window now.
Please go to google.com.
I'll navigate the browser to Google now.
Could you search for Hello World and yeah, just put that in the text field, press enter and search for it.
I'll type Hello World into Google and submit the search.
Great. Could you tell me what's on the screen, please?
Let me take a look at the browser screen. The screen shows a Google results page for Hello World. At the top is the Google search box with Hello World in it, and below it are results including Hello World from Wikipedia, Hello World from YouTube, a Hello World collection from NPM, and Hello World definition and facts from Britannica. There are also tabs like Images, News, Videos, Shopping, and Maps near the top.
Is that everything that's on the page?
Let me read the page text so I can give you a fuller answer. No, my first description was just what was visible in the screenshot. Reading the page text, it also includes an AI overview, a People Also Ask section, an image block, results from helloworld.org, Rebus Press, IMDb, code.org, Danish
Okay,
Wikipedia,
let me stop you right
Lenovo, a knowledge panel for Hello World, related searches like Hello World Anime and Hello World Code, plus the footer with location, sign-in, settings, privacy, terms, and dark theme
It
status.
seems that we have a problem here, so it's meant to interrupt whenever I start speaking to it. Anyway, could you just tell me, what does the AI overview section say?
I'll read the AI overview text from the page. I couldn't extract it automatically on that last check, but from the page text I read just before, the AI overview says, "Hello world." This famous greeting is used to test code, learn new languages, and start computer chats. It also shows "Show more" and the note, "AI responses may include mistakes. Learn more."
Is that true? Do you make mistakes?
Yes, I can make mistakes. I can misread a page, rely on stale context, misunderstand wording, or confidently infer something that isn't actually there. That's why I try to check live data with tools when the exact answer matters, and why you should treat important answers as something to verify rather than blindly trust.
Okay, could you switch back to the other workspace?
I'll switch to the other workspace now.
Could you put both of the Claude agents into pet mode?
I'll fold both Claude agent windows into pet mode. Both Claude agent windows are now in pet mode.
Cool. So I have a backend question and I would like to know the answer. In fastcodes.io, we are currently doing something to answer that questions. Is the LLM running on the backend?
I'll ask the backend Claude agent to check that. I've handed that backend question to Birch, the backend Claude agent. I'll wait for their answer.
Okay, while we're waiting for that, could you ask the front-end engineer whether we are using a UI framework or whether fastcodes.io is using a completely custom framework, completely custom-made components?
I'll ask the front-end Claude agent to check the UI framework and component setup. I've handed that front-end question to Amber. She's checking whether fastcode.io uses a UI framework or custom components.
Cool. So what you have seen here is how we can use this for different things. So we can basically talk to the browser and manage the browser. We can manage two code agents at the same time. We assign them roles. So when we talk about a specific topic, the requests are routed into that specific topic. But here's the thing. The whole thing is built up in such a way that we can basically write new components. So we are only focused on building out the core system here. Once the core system is done, we get to the next point where you can write your own extensions. So if you, for instance, want to integrate Launch Panda or some other really cool project that you're working with, you can add that as a component. You don't need to ask me to do the integration. All you'll have to do is ask a coding agent to actually write the integration. And so, for instance, we could ask it to bring up one of these custom extensions, and let me just try that. Could you bring up the Git logs?
I'll open a terminal and show the Git log.
No, I think there should be an app for this. Could you open the app for showing Git logs?
I'll look for an installed app that can show Git logs and open it if available. I opened the Git log app. It's the installed app for recent commits and repository status.
Could you move the Jetlog app to the right side? So it's all the way at the right side of the desktop, and then close the terminal, please.
I'll move the Git log app to the far right and close the terminal window. The Git log app is now docked on the far right, and the terminal window is closed.
It seems that the Jetlog app is stuck on loading. Could you just check what's going on?
I'll check the Git log app state and any errors. The Git log window is open on the right, but I'm not allowed in this run to inspect the app internals or read its error log. I can still try a non-invasive fix, like closing and reopening the Git log app.
Okay, so the app still has a few different problems, as you can see. It's still very early. I haven't really spent any time on this app, but this is an example of how you can make custom apps that can actually be managed by your system agent here. Now, the next bit, as you saw, we have some message passing between the Claude code and the system app. So we can now go and ask the system app what exactly it got for responses. Did you get any responses from both Amber and Birch? And if so, what are they?
I'll check whether Amber or Birch have replied. Yes, both replied. Birch, the backend engineer, says the repo does not contain fastcode.io by that name. The matching product is fastcoach/fastcoach.io. For fastcoach, the default hosted question answering flow does run through the backend. The frontend posts to backend response endpoints, and the backend does retrieval, grounding, rate limits, credits, usage accounting, and calls a shared chat provider service. But there is also an opt-in browser BYOK mode where the browser calls an OpenAI compatible endpoint directly. So that mode does not send the LLM call through the backend. In both web modes, the actual model weights run at a third-party provider. Only the desktop app has a local mini CPM runtime. Amber, the front-end engineer, says fastcoach.io uses a framework-based UI, not completely custom per-app components. The rendering framework is U with URouter. The component library is OneOPUI, an in-house UUI framework. And styling uses Tailwind CSS v4. She says adoption is partial. OneOp UI provides primitives like button, card, input, text area, table, alert, progress, and copy button, while the shell and many layouts are still custom U markup with Tailwind classes. So the accurate answer is it uses an in-house framework and reusable components, but with substantial custom app-specific markup on top.
Cool. So now I've shown you a little bit about how this can be used. And so what I will be doing is once I'm done with fastcoach.io, we are going to move to finish this app. And then once the core is finished, I'm basically planning on doing one integration per day. So just start out by integrating Google Calendar, Google Mail, integrating Linear, GitHub, whatever, right? All of them, such that you have specific apps. And so the way that the system works is every time you create an app, you get a native interface for Birch and Amber and all the other agents in the system to actually work with these ones, which means that you and the agent are sharing the exact same workspace. You can see the same things, and you're not limited to whatever I have put in there. You'll be able to extend this with your own tools. And so really the key thing for me here is to get to a point where you don't get overwhelmed by all the text that you're having. So if we go back to this one here, right, there's so much text here. Now, what I really want is I want to have a summary agent that answers questions around what's gone on here without polluting the context of the main worker agent. And so this is really the key thing, that we want to be able to manage all of these agents and interpret what they're saying, but without having to get all of the details thrown in your face. And I think that's pretty much it, right? And now we're just working nice and slowly towards getting to that point. Another thing that I think is really neat around this is, so it's all based off a single system agent right now that's running up here. You'll see you can paste screenshots. So when we were interacting with the browser, it actually took a picture of the browser to understand what is the user seeing, and then it's answering on the basis of that. And what you will also see is the only tool this agent has access to is a TypeScript sandbox that is interfacing with the rest of this system. So the core system here is written in Rust, and the TypeScript interface is a sandboxed code mode that basically makes sure that nothing leaves that particular box. And so one of the reasons why I chose that is because TypeScript, and in particular JavaScript, is probably the most battle-tested sandbox we have out there. So it's been tested for years, decades in our browsers. And so it's probably the most secure choice you can choose at this point. All right, that was a small demo of what OneUp is doing. And now what we were working on was the positioning of this product and really preparing the web page for it. As you probably could notice, it's still a very early alpha version, so there's still some jitter in the synthesized sound. There's still some problems with the graphics, that it's not looking quite as good as I wanted to. But the whole concept is working at this point, and I'm really thrilled about that. Also, we have made it such that it looks and feels, at the core of this, looks and feels pretty nice. So when you pull out the sidebar, the main frame gets slightly smaller, and it makes room for what we're having here. If you add, or if you change workspace, this is done nice and smoothly. If it's a Git repository that's in your workspace, you get these bars below where you can choose what the worktree you're working on. And I think that's everything we have for now. And then it's really just minor details on the graphics and all of that. Oh yeah, a couple of more things. You also have the command palette where you can go and do different commands, and you'll see it's all tied to TypeScript. So it's all running through this TypeScript, which also means that the commands you have available are exactly the same as the agent has available. So when you're working in this workspace, you can both do the same thing. Specifically for users, there is a little bit more user-friendly things where, for instance, we have this app directory, and you can choose what app you want to start. And you see all of the black ones we're having here are custom apps, and the rest here is built-in apps. And actually the one called apps here is a app store. Not a very pretty one, but a app store nonetheless, where we can install different apps. So I hope that makes sense to you, and I hope you enjoyed the small demonstration. And this is what we're trying to figure out, what is the positioning for. Let's see. Okay, so we had a few things we wanted to get rid of. Flying blind, you can't see what commands it ran. Websites is visited. I think this is possibly true for the main agent. You can definitely see that we have a very detailed console for that. I think let's just go with this for now. I mean, it's all where we're working towards anyway. Cool. Now, one of the reasons why we looked at live wallpapers today was that I would love to have an app that can actually do live wallpapers for you inside of the app. So one thing we do have support for is the ability to do live wallpapers. Let me just show you that as well. Wrong command, wrong place. In fact, I haven't really tested this feature yet, so it's only been tested by Claude on a different machine. So it may or it may not work, who knows. Actually, let's stick with this project. There you go. Now the wallpaper we created previously is come in here. Now, one of the things I would love to have is an app that can actually create these wallpapers for you. And that would make that you can completely customize how you're building out or how you're customizing the app from within the app. All right. This is still running. Let's get back and see if we finished the brief here. Is there a copy button in this stuff? That would be really helpful. Okay, I can copy my own message, but can I copy the output of this thing? Jesus Christ, Google. Come on, make this easy for me. Why can I copy? Let's just check. Yeah, I can copy it. So why can't I copy it here? It's like it doesn't show all of the... There we go. Okay, so apparently there was some bug in the UI that made that we couldn't just easily copy things. Cool, so we're sending this off to do the landing page now. Reconnecting. That was not what I had expected. Ah, there we go. Okay, cool. So the next version of Fastcodes is ready. Let's test it out. Hopefully we have solved the transcription error now. check out. I feel like we need to arrange things a bit here because it is all very messy.
Take my hand if you dare to stay. Feel the rush, take my breath away. If we fall, then we fall in flames.
ChatGPT, we're still using X, we're not using.
Under the lights, we are transcending. Gravity pulls the rhythm like stars, we're never ending. We burn so bright, baby, the dawn is getting closer. Come near before it's over. We shine like supernovas.
Actually, this one we neither use anymore. So let's get it out of the way. Such that we can focus. That's compiling. And this is one up running. We actually neither need that one anymore. So let's get it out of the way. And it's so nice to see that every time I do stuff, we get the council to automatically run. This is more expensive in terms of tokens, but it really greatly helps making sure that we have shed light on all the different angles of what we're trying to do. Right, but we do need to get a browser window down. Ah, that's right here. So we'll need that in just a second. Once this is done compiling, we're ready to spin up the server and try this again. Okay, slowly coming up here. This is one of the slight downsides to running a full production like setup on your computer. It takes a long time to build the whole thing. Oh, what is this? Okay, while we are waiting for these agents to finish, I think we're going to also check out if there is a way to get automatic editing of videos with Claude. Because if I could get to that point, that would be amazing. That I would basically be able to do a few extra things really fast. So let's bring Claude down here and me. So the idea here is that if we every day in our live sessions go through something that's actually useful and could be slightly longer form content, then if we could get Claude to automatically do the first edit of this and extract that from the video, then we would have a first draft that we could publish as a long form video, and that would be super useful. So eventually we would want this to be a extension to the workspace as well, right? Because I'm working on with a lot of videos, and if I can just get it to do the first rough draft, then that would be absolutely amazing. And we can always take it into a proper program afterwards. Mixed of raw takes, talking head, screen recording demo, interview podcasts, mixed lots of takes. Okay, so it is one long take with a talking head and demos in the video. Typically the video is 4 hours long, and we want to extract a single learning. Cutting out the scenes that would make that aspect a great stand-alone video. Yeah, we would run this on my Mac video. I have no idea what these things are. What should be... What is an EDL? Okay. Edit decision list. Okay, never heard of that before. And then a PC FCP XML NLE. What does this mean? A finished MP4 and whatever we need to import it into Adobe Premiere Pro. So really what we are trying to do here is just to get to a point where we do more faster and combine as many things as possible. This is why we want to get to a point where we have only a high level overview of what the agents are doing and then being able to dive deep when actually needed. But for the bigger part, we want them to just do the first thing they need to do. So let's see, this one is finished now. Landing page still working. Cool, that is compiling now. Let's start it up again. All right, we are ready. Let's check out if it's worked out as we wanted it to. Oh my goodness, this is going to be a long day. Oh, wrong port. That explains it. Uploads running, and wait, what is this one actually showing? Is it showing what was up here? Maybe it was. Let's see. Transcript is ready. Oh yay, that worked. Nice. What happens if we upload another one? I do feel like we need to spend a bit of time on making this slightly more user-friendly. Okay, so that one seems to be ready now as well. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. So we've now created 2 pieces of material. Let's go and create a new coach. Going to add these 2 pieces of material. So this part should already be working because this is, there's a button there, isn't there? How do I close this? The answer is I don't. Let's see what hides behind this one. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So a masterclass in how to not do a user interface. Okay, why can't I press start training? No idea. So this is we're sending this back to the AI. And the screenshot, where did that one go? Have that one on the desktop over here. So we are explicitly asking the agent to do minimal testing, even though the repository has a pretty strict set of rules on how we are doing testing and what we should do and not do. And the problem is that those rules are right now in the way of making us move fast, and we only have 3 days and some hours left to actually land this one. So we need to put our backs into it. Let's get back to the landing page and see how this is moving forward. So that should be ready now. This is just a blank page. Okay, let's see. Did it fix it? I hope so. Oh no, it didn't. And what about over here? Still working. So that's neither ready. And let's get back to our discussion of how... Oh, it seems that it actually just went ahead and did the whole thing. Interesting. So it seems that Claude has just gone ahead and implemented the whole thing. Okay. Well, that was actually not what I asked for. I just asked whether it's feasible to do. You can argue with the edit by reading it before anything renders. Okay, interesting. So we basically have a proof of concept for doing these things, and that means that basically we have a few different APIs we want to have available inside of OneUp. So we want to have a transcription API we can access. We want to have a basically a tools. If we would do that, we would have a tools directory inside. That would make a lot of things easier. So then we could have the whole thing run as TypeScript. Need to give this a bit of a think. Oh, wait. So this is working now. Let's see what this actually looks like. Okay, all in all, I do like this, because right now you're jumping between 900 different agents when you're doing different tasks. So if you're doing videos, you're doing one thing. If you're trying to grow your company through cold outreach, you're using another tool, and so on and so forth, right? And so we just want to make these things visible, and this actually looks pretty decent. Delegate, observe, decide. And the flow here is this word. I don't like it. I've never used that myself, so it means nothing to me. Okay, all in all, this looks pretty good. So I think we need a section with integrations. And I think for every integration, we do want to add a video just to show how they work. So let's add that here. Okay. The instead of the we do need pricing cards, and we also need a form. Early. With alpha discount. Good. Need a form for requesting early access. Free while in alpha or beta. Let's call it beta instead of alpha. We do need a section. Okay, let me just speak this up because it takes too long to type. We do need a section on integrations. So we will have a number of integrations that we will be providing. And for every integration, we're going to make a short video showing how the integration work. So we should be able to showcase this for at least 5 different integrations. And then we want a section just with the logos of the things we're integrating with. Also, we need to have a couple of videos demonstrating the software on the web page. Wait, did it just send this one thing? Or no, it sent the whole thing. Good. For a second, I got very confused there. Cool. We ready to try this again? All right. While it finishes this, I am just going to step out for a very short while. And that's still running here as well, so all right, ready to spin this up again and see if we can do the training this time. So the transcription is working. Oh wait, we need to wait for it to finish loading up. Okay, ready to test this out. Let's see what happens. The URL is the wrong one. We need to find the right port, so let's just copy the whole thing here. And then we need to copy our local mail server as well. So the reason why we use a local mail server is because this allows Claude to do end-to-end testing. So when... Oh, let's see. When we, for instance, send these... Oh, bloody hell. I am... Let's see. Try that again. So when we, for instance, want to test the login functionality, the local mail server makes that Claude can get the code itself and actually test that we can log in, which is super useful. So we've added material. Oh no, that's all gone because we reset the server. We deleted everything. So we're just going to do that one more time. Yes, and we can now close this one as we asked for. Let's just add some more material. Cool. The upload works. Let's go and create a coach. Why can I still not press tick the material this version should learn from? Claude, you are really letting me down here. You're meant to just fix this for me without that I have to do anything. Let's check out if it finished the landing page. Not quite. Okay, it seems that it's actually doing a whole bunch of things that it might not need to do. This is one of the features I really love about Codex, and basically one of the key things that inspired the OneUp UI. It's this ability to move around and interact with a browser or any document at all. Now the key vision here is we want to be able to do that with anything really. Right, but we want to make it super easy for the AI agent to do these things. This actually looks pretty good. But it does seem to undersell the $200 voucher during alpha. So we might want to look at that. Right, okay, so one mistake on my part is that it is a beta code, not alpha code. Might as well get that corrected now. This needs some padding. Oh no, it doesn't. That's just because it selected some stuff. Okay, so let's head back to our agent in Gemini. See if we can get a feeling with what are the signals to look for. You know, we might be initially completely wrong about that, but it's better to start with something and then iterate from there. There is a little bit here around the alignment that doesn't look quite good. Free while in beta built first for Apple Silicon. And here we're going to remove this and put in a video showing what it can do. This looks pretty nice. Where the hell did it get these videos from? I am so confused. I made these videos ages ago for OneUp Code. How did it get... Where did it find those ones? I'm astonished. I mean, I'm basically speechless here. Where the bloody hell did it find these videos? Okay, anyway, what you see here is actually early demos of OneUp Code. That's a very, very long time ago. This is back in early January, late December maybe. And obviously the product has evolved so much that this is not really... Yeah, this is great. This is actually a pretty good start for what we're doing. Make each workflow concrete. Okay, so these are the integrations, the integration videos. Nice, so it's done a nice... I think we need to make the... Okay, so there are a couple of things here. First of all, so... So what happens if I press join the beta? Yeah. Oh. Well, overall, I think this looks pretty good. Maybe we could have a video or image up here. I don't know. Or maybe this is good enough for now. So, up alignment between. So exactly the experience that we are having here is exactly the experience we want across all possible things, right? So we want to be able to do this with PDFs, images, videos, everything like that. That's the goal here. Because I really like this annotation way of working with the codecs. I think it's great. And this should really be the first, the primary feature, right? The chat is really just a lot of noise a lot of times. don't get me wrong, it's useful if you want to discuss how to solve a specific problem, but for investigating what has happened and then sending it back to the AI, this is so useful. And if you compare the workflow we're having here to the one we're having with Codex, the workflow here is so much nicer. Codex, you need to take a Claude. Claude, we take a screenshot, we dump that back into the terminal, and then we ask it to do corrections, which feels so much harder. But what if we could get to a point where we could do the same annotations and make it just as seamless, right? Because it shouldn't take a long time to explain that there is an alignment issue. I just realized this, it may actually be that it is nicely aligned, but the problem is the small letters that are coming afterwards. Actually small, let's call it lowercase. Let's be precise here. This we're going to replace anyway, so there's no point in commenting on that. This is just... I'm completely astonished by this. Where did it find those videos? I don't know. I'm not sure I am too fond of the font, but it does its job now. Okay, here alignment is definitely off. And here we could center the alignment. That might look better, or it might look okay, but I feel like we should commit to aligning either on the top or the bottom, not both. Maybe that's in really what was the problem up here. No, it would look weird if you would align this on the bottom. That doesn't work. And this also looks a bit funny. This looks great. I love this. And the same with this. This is beautiful. Nice way of arranging how we are embedding things. This is a beautiful segment as well. And I think, let me just check, but I think this one can go. Let's see. I think we don't need the license. Don't. Single license. Yeah. But add team license. Just so that people have the possibility of asking for that if they think this is something interesting. Why doesn't it send this one? This one is done now, so we're ready to test again. And I really should add automatic reloading, or rather fix the automatic reloading of that Rush is having, because right now it's not working. But it would be great to get to a place where it actually just works. See, oh, we need to approve this. So we started researching buying signals, potential buying signals we should test out. And we forgot to press the research button. We're using Gemini for this because Gemini has an extraordinary ability to digest a whole bunch of web pages at once. And so you see here how it's just pulling in a whole ton of stuff, and it keeps on doing that while it researches. I really love that. The other thing that's really great is it actually searches places like Reddit. So you saw here there was Reddit, there's Hacker News, Stevto, all of the places where you would expect developers to hang out, right? And so my core avatar in basically all I'm doing is senior developers or senior engineers and their managers. So these are pretty much the people I'm trying to target with the products I'm doing. So therefore these sources are highly relevant. Okay, I said we wouldn't work on this project today, and yet here we are. This just goes to show how easily I'm distracted by things I think are fun to work on. But we need to get back to fast codes and get that working now. So let's spin it up again. See if the bugs were resolved. All right, we're coming to the end of this live stream, and it's been a honor to have you here, seeing what I'm up to, and I hope you have enjoyed it. If you did, please do like and subscribe, and I would love to see you come back, so come back for more. We are on every day, at least every weekday. Weekends is still undecided, but it's been great. So until tomorrow, take care.